Okay, hello everybody. Hope you're doing fine. We are back after the weekend to work some more on Astortion. From the good news, I started working on the playtesting level and it's actually going really good. I have a lot of fun, designing it. Initially, I had a little bit of like an art block where I couldn't get myself to do it, and I was just like thinking of ways to procrastinate a bit longer. But once I started, it really went well from that. So right now, obviously, I cannot show you the level just yet because it's a little bit of a secret. But I designed some of the initial part which introduces the player to the anchors, right? Because we're starting with like the walkable walls and then the anchors. That's like the first thing, and then I'm gonna be adding, more elements as we go. Bro, you're insane. Thank you. 10 p.m. already. Wow. Heyo. Hi. Hello. Do you have like a portfolio or something? For what? I'm not looking for a job. Like, what do you mean portfolio? Anyway, that's the good news. The bad news is that the playtest revealed a lot of things that we need to work on before we move on to like the more like overarching concepts. I fixed almost all of the issues that we had here. The only thing is like this walkable glitch, which is not even a gameplay glitch. Again, this is something visual, and so we don't care about that. Like if you apply for a job, but I'm not applying for a job. How did you learn coding? I didn't. Like straight up. I'm the type of person who was just like coding ever since I remember. So I cannot tell you how I learned that. You would need to look for like, a more relatable person that's at the situation that you are currently in. So I sort of ordered these things that we need to take care of from like the most important to the least important. First of all, we have the malformed hierarchy problem. So designing levels in Blender is awesome. I love it. The fact that we can just like, we move something, we save it, and then in the game is immediately reflected. The way I work alone is that I have Blender on my one monitor and the game is on the other monitor. And this is something that I miss in Unity a lot, which is just, being able to modify the level at runtime and not having to pause the editor and then apply the changes and then restart the game. But there is a problem with how Bevy reloads the scenes, which is the fact that when a new entity is added, it's gonna just be spawned. But if it has an ID as something that's already in the scene, they will be merged. And this sometimes can cause the hierarchy to malformed because objects in Blender are sorted alphabetically. And so when we add a new object, I can even try doing that. If I duplicate this object, the Bevy will most likely crash. Yeah, it crashed. As you can see, it panicked because of the malformed hierarchy, because this object was inserted somewhere in this list and it took over the entity ID of the previous entity. And so after merging, the hierarchy got messed up. So we need to take care of that because that's like the only problem that I have with this system. And I think I have an idea of how to temporarily fix it. Oh shit, okay, so you didn't like go to a school or something. I did go to a school. I went to, when I was 16 years old, I went to I guess it's like a high school equivalent, which was like specializing in computer science. Then I went to a university to get a computer science degree. During my time in university, I worked for 4 years at a fintech company as a full stack developer. But I started programming when I was like 13. So like I don't remember times when I didn't know how to code. I never had like a conscious thought in my head of, oh, I want to learn how to code. And like here's the list of steps that I'm gonna follow in order to learn how to code. Again, like it's different for every person, right? So like the best thing you can do is probably look for people with similar experiences to yours and see how they did this whole journey. I personally started with Mel, which was like an Autodesk Maya scripting language. An awful piece of technology, but that was like my oldest memory. Real programmers started their programming journey with writing commands in Minecraft commands blocks. That is so true. I did that as well. I remember coding like a maze generation algorithm using like armor stands and command blocks. /execute my beloved. Yeah. Okay, so that's the malformed hierarchy. Then something that's kind of necessary is displaying keyboard shortcuts, right? So I want at the start of the game, I want it so that, there's like a little hint on the wall. Nothing fancy, just like, the left joystick pointing right and left to sort of, or if you're on a keyboard, that's gonna be like, A and D. Telling the player like, oh, hey, you can move, and so on and so forth. So this is something that we're gonna need to figure out. Then we have damage and checkpoints. This is important. So when designing the level, I realized that it's really fun to make levels that go upwards because they give you like a challenge, right? You need to climb something, and it's not easy. When you have levels that sort of go down, it's really difficult to make them challenging because you can just fall, right? There is no fall damage, so you can just fall down, and that's it. You're at the bottom. And the way games usually deal with it is by having some surfaces that apply damage to the player, like spikes or something like this. So we need this type of surface. So you can just, fall down, and you need to also do something when going downwards. And then checkpoints, of course. If we're gonna damage the player, they probably need to respawn something. Next we have some rewards for exploration, and that's another problem with the playtest currently, which is that there is no point in the game, in completing the game. So my idea is to add 2 types of collectibles, add some like, I don't know, 4 collectibles that are like general things that are your objective to collect. So you need to traverse the level and find all of them. And then maybe add some like more tinier collectibles that are more like hidden, just for the fun, right? But there needs to be like some sort of a collectible that's like your goal. It doesn't have to be something that you actually pick up, right? Maybe these are like buttons that you need to press, whatever. Like it doesn't really matter. Just something to give the players a goal. Since it's not a linear game, we cannot be like, oh, the goal is to like get to the end of the level, because it's not linear. Swimming a thing? Not yet. If you're asking, is swimming a thing, then the answer is no, not yet. Collectibles, ... Is that how you spell collectibles? Isn't it like this? Regardless, yeah, I mean, it's not, I know, people hate collectibles, but it's just like, we need something for the players to do. Hidden paths is another thing that I need, which is basically, right, typical Metroidvania BS, right? You have a level and you maybe like, you know, enter it here and then go here, but there's a hidden path in here that you can like unlock on the other side by like interacting with something, and that unlocks this path. We can already do that. We have all the technology necessary to make this like, you know, a sliding door or whatever. But the problem is that when you are here, this whole thing should not be visible, right? At least I want it to not be visible. So this is another thing that I want to figure out. Collectible describes item able to be collected. Payments keys. Collectible describes items considered worthy of collecting by enthusiasts. For example, coins and stamps. Oh, that's interesting. Thanks for the clarification. And last on the list is a one-way wall. So, you know, something that you can like pass through from one side, but not from the other. Or maybe, depending on the context, you can like press a button to pass through it downwards, and then you jump upwards. You know, sort of a typical platform in video games. We're not you know, challenging the status quo. We're not doing anything new. Just some of the pieces that I need for this to work. Let me grab my tea really quick. Okay. Starting with the malformed hierarchy, should be pretty easy to handle. It's gonna be saver, right? So we already have like the pieces necessary to make it work temporarily. Emphasis on temporarily. Because what we do have is this name entity map, right? And it's recreated each time and stores, you know, the mapping between the name and the entity ID. So we can check if the world already has this entity map and to use it while spawning the entities here. So we would just get old entity map, I suppose, from the world. And then here we're just not gonna, I mean, we're gonna first try if this entity name is already in the map. So let's do it like this. It's gonna be like old entity. We're gonna, and then get the name. and just get it here, I guess. Oh, but not needs a GLTF node reference, okay. Okay, so now this is gonna be the entity if it already exists, and now we're just gonna have to modify this assignment, I guess, to use the if statement, like right here. Sadly, I don't think if there's a way to like not repeat myself when it comes to this to spawning things. I guess there is, hold on. This would be else. Here would be like just spawning something, and here it would be like get or spawn, right? Old entity. Can I spawn like an empty entity? Is it possible? Spawn empty, yeah. Okay, now where's the issue? If and else have incompatible types. Entity world mutable, what is an option? Why is it an option? What happens if like none if the entity exists with a different generation? Oh, okay. Do I want to unwrap this? Or maybe just map it? I think we can. This would be like old entity map. Old entity. We would get or spawn that entity. Yeah, we could get rid of all of this. Could just make this equal. And then finally unwrap. Which one takes the function? This one. I think so. Would this work? I don't know why. Oh, okay. There's no reformatting didn't work, and I was like, why? But it doesn't work if the code is not structurally correct. What's the problem here? Expected an option. Okay, is there like a variant that doesn't expect an option? I know I can wrap this in some, right? But I wonder if there's a function that does the same thing. Is it just or else? No. Okay, whatever, this works. Now we have the entity, and now we can do insert instead. Or maybe not. Expected entity world mutable. Funds special bundle spatial. What do you mean? Oh, why is it an option? Hold on. That's not correct. Get or spawn returns an option, so this should be and then as well. Yeah, and now this should be unwrap or else. Okay. Cannot borrow world as mutable because it is also borrowed as immutable. You can flatten the options. That's true, but I can also use and then. Immutable borrow later captured here by closure. Second borrow occurs due to use of world in closure. Okay. So if we just put it here, it's gonna fix that problem. So this should probably be this, right? Oh no, it takes 0 arguments, okay. So no, that's another problem with borrowing. Can you just use unwrap or so you don't have a closure? No, because it's gonna spawn an entity each time if it's not a closure. No, it's not a problem of the structure. It's the problem of what I'm trying to do here. I guess I wonder if like using an if statement here would make the borrow checker understand that we only do one or the other. Let's like rewrite this. Hello again. What are you trying to fix make today? You can go back a little bit, and you should find my thorough explanation of the plan for today's live stream. We're currently fixing some annoying error with Blender and Bevy when we add new components. Okay, so get by name. I feel like we need to unwrap. Like, I don't think there's any other way to do that, right? If let some entity, right? If we do this with like alt entity, does not spawn, spawn or get or spawn. We can make that, okay, hold on. We can make this assumption, I think, because none if the entity exists with a different generation, but that doesn't make sense because we cleared the entire world at the end. So like we know that this world is gonna be empty. But yeah, okay, then this we would return this if we wanted to do it this way, and then else we would need to do. We need to do this, and then also we would need to do this here. So this borrow checker understands that, right? And then we have the entity, we can insert it. Let's try if it even like compiles. Okay. The game is here, and now if I go to Blender and just duplicate this. Okay, it didn't crash, but it also did not work. Oh, it did work, but it placed it like in a different position. That's interesting. Because what is this? Yeah, this is like one of the walkables. I think, okay, hold on. I think I made a mistake. I see the problem with this. The map is not gonna be, it's not gonna exist the first time around. So what I need to do instead is like just move the camera in Blender, save it. Now this is gonna refresh, and now the map should be generated, right? And now if I duplicate this, it should work just fine. No. Never mind, it really likes to end up in this position. Let's add another one. This one is just nowhere. This one moves correctly. Okay, so let's see. What are these new ones? 6 and 5. Ooh, I think I know the problem. What if we spawn an entity that already exists? Or not really spawn, like what if the old map contains an entity that we already created? It's gonna be annoying a bit because I don't know if we can make world spawn empty avoid certain entities. Okay, can we take out the resource from the world? Is it possible? We can remove a resource, right? Removes the resource of a given type and returns it if it exists, otherwise returns none. Yeah. Then we could do this wherever. Okay, so then here's what we would have to do. Iterate over every single entity. In this map and like reserve it in the world. That would be the idea. Wait, for entity and alt entity map. Can I get the values? I cannot because it's a wrapper. Let's make it public to the crate for the sake of experimenting. Okay, so this will make sure that the previous entities are sort of reserved for this time around. And then get by name would have to actually remove it. And what do you return? Option of V. Okay, so we don't need to copy this. And this has to be mutable. Right, okay, so now as we get by name, we can unwrap this because we know that it exists because we created it. So now after all of this executes, you know, if something is in the entity map, it's gonna get this entity spawned here. And then all we need to do at the end is again iterate over the entity map. Just remove any entities that are no longer mapped. like this. So now I guess the last thing would be to go to the to go here. Oh, we already do that. Okay, we initialize the resource, so we know that it's gonna be here, so we can unwrap. And then we replace it with a new name entity map. Okay. Let's see if this is gonna work. Okay, hold on. Let's just remove them to make sure that they are regenerated properly without any interference from the entity map. Okay, so here they are. A lot of them. And I'm gonna make a new one. Yeah, and here it is. I can move it. And it moves. Okay. Now the only thing that's not gonna work is removing, because it's gonna just stay here. But that's the problem with the way Bevy updates dynamic scenes, because currently it just doesn't clean old entities for one reason or another. Like if I restart the game, it disappears. But that's not that big of an issue. The biggest issue was like adding new elements, you know, crashing the game. Oh, where's Blender? Did they crash Blender? That's interesting. Okay, so final test. Here is nothing, and then we add a new anchor. Here it is. Okay. So this is a bit of a, you know, temporary fix. Because, for example, it's not gonna work if there are multiple scenes, because the same world is reused across multiple scenes. So that's not gonna fly. Unless we can clone schedules. That would be cool if we could do that. I don't remember if we checked this before. No, it doesn't look like it implements copy. Well, that's a bummer. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because we're using one scene at this time. So can we make it rewrite in terms of like this mapping? That would be cool if we could make it work. Just for the sake of, you know, having fun, I guess. So alt entity, this would actually be map. And then here we would unwrap because we know that it exists. I don't think it would work, right? Yeah, it's still the same problem. Maybe something like this. Yeah, but it would probably be as verbose as the previous approach if we use if let here. Yeah, this is gonna satisfy the borrow checker because now there's an if statement here. But it's like, it's the same thing. Nowhere near being shorter. So I guess we can stick with that for now. Although this could probably be combined. Yeah, this would be alt entity. Okay, it's not gonna be any prettier than that. Okay, one final test just to make sure. Yeah, here it is. Okay, now to the fun part, I guess, which is displaying keyboard shortcuts. I don't even know how we want to start with this. You reckon data science would be a good way to go study? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm like the last person you should ask for like advice about this. Probably, right? Given like the rise of AI and whatever. But I don't know. I have no idea. What would this be? We have so many circles here. Maybe a sphere, because a sphere gonna have like this nice little axis in the middle. Maybe not that big of a sphere. Go study prompt engineering. That will be all software engineers in 10 years anyways. No, I know this is a joke, but now I wonder if there is an actual study, not study, how do you say that? Degree in like prompt engineering that you can get. Okay, the idea would be that we have this little element, right? And we just defined a custom property on it, as we do. For now, it would be something silly, like key. And this would probably be a string, and the value of that string would be 1.1. Why is it 1.1? Interesting. Would probably be something like this. No, it doesn't make sense. We can't use key codes directly here. We need to use our custom mapping because we want it to change automatically. Yeah, so that would just be like movement X, right? Or something. And Bevy will take care of the rest. So displaying a little icon here, depending on the current control scheme. That would be the plan. It's all half joke. It may actually come true. Probably not that soon though. Yeah, we'll see. I guess what life brings. How long have you been not working, and how can you afford like living? I work like every day. What do you mean? I've been self-employed thanks to my patrons for over a year now, I think. How can you afford living? I cannot. I'm currently losing money monthly and I'm burning through my savings. So generally speaking, if you'd like to like pursue what I'm doing here, probably don't. Yeah. But I'm also living in Poland, which is like, you know, the amount of money that I make is a bit more valuable here. Like and subscribe, yeah. No, because at the end of the day, you know, I'm okay with that because being able to do what I want to do instead of having to spend 8 hours, you know, working for somebody else, I think it's much more valuable than, you know, making the typical programmer salary. Okay, I'm gonna have to. You're investing in Astortion. Yeah, we'll see how good that, you know, works out for me. I'm gonna have to go for a little break because I need to pee. So this is a bit sooner than usual. And I'll see you in 6 minutes. Hey, it's a Bevy stream I don't know about. That is true. Welcome. So apologies that the first time chatter doesn't like show up on the merge chat. I'm trying to work this out. But yeah, welcome to the stream. We're making a 2D platformer revolving around changing the gravity. And right now we're working on displaying the keyboards for playtesting, the keyboard shortcuts. I think it has a good chance working out well for you. Good community interest already, and you're clearly good at design and getting shit done. Thank you very much for that. Well, we'll see if I'm good at design, right? I wouldn't go as far as say that I'm good at design. I feel like the playtest is gonna be, you know, a reality check for that. Okay, so we want to add this little thing here. I don't have the icons ready. Maybe I should have prepared them beforehand. I also stream Bevy, this gives me someone else to raid. Feel free to do so, yeah. I need to learn how to raid as well, because I never done this at the end of my live streams. I probably should. Maybe I'm gonna try this time. /raid foobar. And do I have to do that before ending the broadcast? Is that how it works? I usually do it, wait for the timer, then end stream. Okay, I see. We'll try. Yeah, but there's some more live streaming to do before that. I don't like the name key here because it's kind of generic. Maybe let's call it input. That makes a bit more sense. But I suspect it works even if you're not sending stream data anymore. The worst part about like streaming on Twitch is that you can't really experiment with these things in private because there's no way to have like a, you know, protected live stream. So like the only thing I can do is like try it live. Okay, so displaying keyboard shortcuts. Oh, the chat's from Twitch. Yeah. You pretty much just do it in production, yeah. The only valid way to do things. Okay, so we want to display somewhere here. That's the goal. Okay, I'm procrastinating on starting this feature because I have no idea how to start with it. I guess let's just yank some of the other components from here. Something simple. There is nothing simple. Yeah, whatever. Let's take the hook. You, sir, are gonna be called input hint. Okay, probably don't need the check availability thing. Get rid of that. Okay, what would we need here? Do we want to use strings? Probably not. We can probably parse it to like an enum, right? This could be an input hint variant. We're gonna add some reflection here. And that's what we're gonna have in here, right? Mickey UK Dev, hello, welcome to the live stream. Okay, and now we need to add this to our GLTF extras definition. We also need to just declare this module, I guess. Okay. So that's gonna be the input, and it's a string. Oh wait, that has to be optional, right? Hold on. Yeah, it has to be optional. Okay, so if we have this, now we're just gonna wanna map this into the input hint component with a corresponding variant, right? Can we match a string? If so, crazy if true, right? And then all of this is not necessary, at least not for now. Okay, and movement X is gonna be input variant movement X, right? Does this make sense? Almost. Format argument must be a string literal. And what is this? Oh, wait. Expected a string, found string. Okay. Hi, quick question. What you're doing? We're displaying a what is it? Input hints in the video game. So basically, at the beginning of the playtest, I want the players to see you know, something on the wall saying like, hey, use AD to go left and right. No need for the format in Panic. Panic already takes formatted. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so I guess should I convert this to string or should I convert this? I don't know which one is better. Cannot move. Oh, we need a reference anyway. Would this work now? Maybe. No. Okay. I haven't read the book yet, okay? I know that there's like 10 different string types, and I vaguely understand the difference, but not entirely. Okay, so this is gonna read this thing from Blender, convert it into our enum, and then we just need to write the rest of the software. A string will keep in memory, making everything string allocates heap. Okay, I see. I've only done a bit of C++ and a lot of GDScript, and Rust looks incredibly confusing. Yeah, it has a, you know, original syntax. Slice if you can, string allocate if you must. Yeah, I've seen one YouTube video about this, arguing that like ampersand str, which is a string slice, right, is like the best, the default that one should use. Although it was in the context of like function arguments, I think. This is, you know what complicates this a lot is the fact that if this was just a button, it would be much easier, but because we also need to handle like axes, right? Because we want both like left and right, it's gonna be a bit more annoying to handle. It will read memory in place when you wrap it around a string. It allocates and clones the string to a new memory location, which is wasteful if you don't need it. No, I don't know how compiler deals with it. I see. Okay. I'm sort of quiet because I'm thinking how to handle this. Do I have a sprite somewhere? Maybe, presumably. But I wouldn't be surprised if Rust C is clever enough that this string is only used as a reference and doesn't reallocate, but I don't know. I see. How small can we make a pixel art button before it stops being readable? I don't think it makes sense that much, because we're not gonna use pixel art for like UI elements. The UI is gonna be, you know, HD, kind of like in Celeste. But I guess we can just make something quick for testing. Doesn't have to be perfect, right? Doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be final. So this would be for the keyboard, and then for the controller, it would probably be something like this, right? If you saw that, would you figure out that this is, you know, the left joystick? Because maybe it can be rounder. Like this. Oh, it's even worse. Yeah, I hate everything about this. There's a video titled "Why I'm Credited in Over 100 Games," not even joking, about this exact thing. They made this price that loads of devs in the industry use for buttons. Nice clock you've got here, thank you. I know what video you're talking about. Is by Mental Checkpoint, and I don't like the style of their buttons, you know? I know that it does exist, but I'm probably gonna go through the trouble of like remaking them in my own style, because I'm stupid like that. But yeah, it is a really good resource. I guess we could use this like temporarily, right? I'm lazy, I tend to use especially graphics from other people. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Especially if like the game is fun. I recently finished Outer Wilds for the first time, and I saw some documentaries about it, and like the way the game looked initially was like awful. But it doesn't really matter, right? Because the concept is so good. Just like graphics will fall into place eventually. Okay, let me just save this. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we need to figure out. No, I don't want to. I want to export you. How do you? What's the shortcut? Yeah, gameplay graphics any day. Heck, it's why I'm replaying Fallout 3. NV/TTW again? Does NV stand for New Vegas? Or is it something else? Aseprite is amazing. Of course it is. Amen, brother. What would that be? Keyboard X, I guess. Did I do it properly? I don't know. I think I hold on. I need to choose the directory. Okay. Okay, we got them. New Vegas and Tales of Two Worlds, which combines 3 and New Vegas in one game. Oh, that's awesome. It opens instantaneously, a hard ask for software these days. True, that is true, unfortunately, sadly. Quality of life enhancements mod. I see. Dark theme Aseprite, my brain isn't used to seeing that. Yeah, I personally cannot stand the default theme. But it's personal preference, obviously. Okay, let me just refocus because I'm all over the place today. Let's just try to add a little, you know, texture here, which I don't remember how to add. Is it like a sprite bundle? What do you expect from me? Sprite transform, yeah, okay. Let me actually get inspired by the player because we do spawn a sprite right here. Yeah, so I need the asset server, which I already have here, okay. And then I need just a texture handle from the path. Okay, you know what? Hold on. We need to change a few things. Because it's gonna be much easier to have it as a sprite sheet than individual files. Just remove all of this. We're gonna just have one input and then we're gonna go from there. They changed up sprite texture atlases in 0.13. It's quite good now. Wasn't it in 0.12? I'm not sure, but yeah. I agree. So I'm using sprite atlases for the player texture. Oh, my bad, could have been recently anyway. Yeah, because I remember migrating to 0.13 and there weren't many changes that I had to make. And I do use sprite atlases, so I think it was before that. Okay. Spawn this instead. And we need the texture atlases here. Okay, we're gonna make a new atlas. Tile size, what's it gonna be? 16 by 8. Columns 1, rows 2. No padding, no offset. Path is just input. Index is 0. Okay, that in and out of itself should already display something. Oh, restart the task. This would make it really easy because then we just need to map, you know, specific. Yeah, there's gonna be some mapping happening. We need to map the specific input hint together with the gameplay, not the gameplay, the input mapping. So like, is it a gamepad versus is it a keyboard? And then we just need to map it to a specific index, which should be easy. Okay, are you anywhere? You're right here. And you are wrong for some reason. Did I misjudge? Is it not 16? Oh, it's 20 by 20. Okay. Not the nicest of numbers. It's 20 by 10. Okay. Here it is. It's invisible in the game because I'm pretty sure it has the same background as the clear color. So maybe let's change that. I'm gonna make it white. And re-export this. Okay. Here it is. Yeah, I think that size is pretty nice. And then if we were to like get the, can I do that here? It's not sprite, texture atlas, index 1. Yeah, okay. So something that I don't know how to do just yet is sharing texture atlases and generally sharing assets between things. Because ideally, I guess it doesn't really make any difference now, but ideally we wouldn't have like multiple texture atlas layouts, right? For each component, but rather there would be one shared among all of the components. And I think I tried to do that in the player sprite, but I gave up. And so I just create a new texture atlas layout, you know, for each player. I know that there's only one player, and there will always ever be only one player. But you know, I'm thinking about how to do that pragmatically, I guess. Same goes for other things, like how do you share a material between multiple components? I do wonder. I should probably like watch some tutorial about handling assets now as I think of it. I wonder if I can register fake assets in the asset server. It's definitely 0.13 that they did the changes. I just finished doing the same thing. Am I misunderstanding the question? Maybe it wasn't 0.13. I just don't remember making the changes to my Atlas layouts. Or maybe I did and I just misremember it. Use a weak handle and pass that to component. Yeah, but how? Sorry, the asset question. Well, I don't. You asked if you're misunderstanding the question before like providing an answer. Use a weak handle and pass that to component. Yes, but you know how to do that, right? How to get the handle. That's sort of because we are creating it here programmatically, and then we register it in the texture atlas, you know, resource, and we have the handle here. But this is the setup system, and I want to have it in a different system, right? So I know that I could probably like have a resource that stores the handles. That's probably available, one of the viable solutions. Yeah, but I use Bevy asset loader for basically that. Yeah, so that's exactly what I was wondering about. So can you register a custom asset in asset? It is more fixed than what you might need. dynamic assets. Let me see. Is this the proper name for that? Bevy asset loader is a crate. Also, it's like somebody else's crate. I see. Yeah, but like for the sake of learning, I'm trying to avoid using, you know, third-party crates for like smaller things like that. And just, you know, figuring out how I would do that in the engine. But we do have a sprite. Where is it? A sprite asset processor planned for later. So I'm assuming that probably then it would generate like a sub asset containing the layout, because a sprite can export that information. Yeah, you know what? Right now, let's just recreate the atlas each time. It doesn't really matter that much. Okay, so let's add some spawn input hint system. And I'm just gonna query over entities where the input hint has been added. Okay, now just these two. I was just clarifying what they were saying. You should be able to do it on your own. Oh, I see. I think what you can do is basically add a resource with handles in it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about as well. But I do wonder if there's no way to just make the asset loader, asset server, you know, be able to load something that doesn't exist. I guess not without making a custom asset loader, right? Like we have for Blender. Yeah, for now, let's just make this, you know, work, and then we can make it a little bit better. Okay, so update system to spawn our hints. And that by itself should work. And I guess we can try to implement the input hint variant and give it some function for like resolving the index, I guess. Which would take a reference to self and the control scheme. and then just match self. And then match the scheme. Oh wait, we can match both. I think that would be the best way to do that. So that's gonna be 0, and then gamepad is gonna be 1. And you return a whatever this needs. U size, okay. So we can just take the input state in here as a resource, actually. And the index is gonna be we actually need this. I mean, only add it, and then like this. Because we need to know what variant we are dealing with, right? Now we can do hint variant. Oh wait, what am I doing? It's here. Okay. And finally, another input for updating those when something changes, right? We probably want a reference to this texture atlas. And we only care, no, we care about everything. Because we need to react to like the scheme changes and also the input hint changes, which will probably never change, but I mean, I guess we can modify them in Blender and then they would change, but you know, that's not really common. And entity is not necessary here, is it? We only need the hint and then a mutable atlas. And then atlas.index is gonna be hint.variant.resolve index with our scheme. And that's an if. And that's iteration mutable. You are also mutable, okay. Now, this is also gonna happen during update. Actually, just register them together. Okay, so if it works, it's just gonna change the scheme. Gonna connect my gamepad to see. What is this? Oh. Yeah, probably shouldn't steal the entire thing. Okay, so nothing is visible. Which I know why. I did not register the plugin like at all. Let me register not only this type, but also the variant. And now let's go to the main crate and actually add this plugin here. Okay, here's the arrow keys, and when I'm using a controller, it switches to the L thingy. Okay. This is a bit fixed right now because, you know, it wouldn't work with like keyboard remapping and whatever, but we don't have keyboard remapping, so not yet at least, so we don't need to worry about that. One thing that I definitely want though is to make them appear at specific moments when like something happens. For example, at the beginning of the playtest, you know, you approach this like walkable surface, like here. And so I would like to start by showing the x-axis here for moving, and then once you reach this surface and like you're here, I want to show the vertical axis. It's like, oh, you also need to move vertically. So for that, we're gonna need some generalized way of defining like areas with sensors. And this will also be useful for hidden paths. So we're gonna get to that once we get to that. So let's say that we have this little box. And we want it to be the sensor that will make this thing appear, right? So this will only show up if we are inside of it. So I guess we can not have the field property here and instead have something different like a boolean. Hold on, I'm thinking. What else do we have here? Because we already have like triggers. Maybe we could just reuse them. Oh, we already have a trigger, and that's like a reference to an actual trigger. Okay. Yeah, so this could just be a sensor. And then this could just have a property which is a data block called trigger, right? And we would just reference, what is your name? Let's call it sensor, right? This can just reference sensor. This is a bit stiff, but I guess it's gonna have to do for now. Ideally, for me, I would be able to define this sort of logic in code. But sadly, I don't think ECS is really well suited for something like that. So you're gonna be a sensor. Maybe I shouldn't call it a sensor because there's already a sensor in Rapier. Man, naming things, why is it so difficult? Area sensor. Area trigger. Trigger volume. I don't like the name volume because it's a 2D game. I think I'm gonna stick with area trigger. I don't know. It sounds nice to me. Okay, let's register this. Let's also rename the whole file. Oh wait, the renaming was not particularly successful. This is not a force area, it's just area trigger. Okay, I don't think we need to draw it. You know what I should do? I should probably add like Rapier debug renderer, but only enable it when I'm in the DevTools mode. If it's a component, you can hold a reference to an entity to make it do things like show and hide. Yes, I know. We have an entire like trigger system in the game, actually. It's like I can go here to this invisible pressure plate that you cannot see, which will make the platform move, and that's how it works. And the way we set it up here is that when Blender has a reference to this data block, which is an object type, right, of object type for the data block, it will be, resolved by our importer as a reference to the entity. Yeah, so we probably don't want to draw anything. Red trigger parser, again, we're gonna have to go here. Define an area. How did I call it here? What is your name? Sensor. Yeah, let's keep them consistent. Area trigger. I mean, we have to keep them consistent because that's how Saturday is gonna deserialize them. And you don't have any direction anymore. Just an area trigger. Okay, let's add a spawn area trigger. And let's spawn all of the non-serializable entities. I had the invisible pressure plate. Astortion's node to the invisible question block. I don't get that reference. I'm sorry. We also actually need the curve points component to generate the mesh, right? Mario's invisible question block. That does not clarify it at all. I'm sorry. I'm such a poser. I'm gonna use some convex decomposition here, that's for sure. Because we need the sensor to be able to detect if we are inside of it. And that's a tuple. So, vertices. What's the matter here? Oh, this. Okay. Not a poser, just not a Mario fan. I guess, yeah. Points. No, we want to convert this into a Bezier path. We can unwrap this and then we have some function for it, I'm pretty sure. Somewhere here. Flatten curve. Yeah, that's gonna give us vertices, I believe. Do you already have some sort of area trigger with the pressure plate and anchor? No. I mean, yes, the pressure plate the pressure plate has like a set box collider, right? That is used as a sensor in Rapier. And then we just like do some intersections with shape. So you're probably gonna want some similar logic going on here. Okay, what is indices? Oh, you require them. Can I just not give it to you? How is Field doing that then? Because Field also uses, I believe, convex decomposition. Yeah. Okay, we just generate the indices based on the vertices. This looks stupid. I feel like this could be simplified, right? Wouldn't it be just like index in 1, 2 vertices dot length? Right? That seems like it would be equivalent. And then if it's greater than 1, we add this one at the end. Okay, that makes sense. Will this work? Yes, because it just wants a slice. I guess the size is known, so we could technically like use an array, but yeah, who cares? Whatever. Now we can just steal this and use it here. Oh, I misspelled that. Okay, and I'm pretty sure the collider is not the only thing that we need. It should also be a spawner, right? Not a spawner. What is this? My brain. Sensor. How long have you been in GameDev? Wondering because I just started recently and want to gauge, however you pronounce that, how long it might estimate, I guess, how long it may take me to get to your proficiency level. In GameDev, since 2020, with Unity, and in Bevy since like 1.5 months. Enjoying your stream. Thanks for streaming your dev process. No problem. You got it. Okay, so we're gonna add this. Oh, what's the problem here? Previous definition of the value, spawn area trigger. Add that too. Yes, they are. Yeah, we don't need all of this. Just copy pasting. Area trigger parser. Okay, that's gonna give us this. Here we're gonna generate the convex decomposition for this collider, and that should be enough just to get it working with the collider. There's still gonna be no detection. Okay. Oh, restart the task. Oh yeah, and it also doesn't have any direction. That's just a flag. So how would we unify it with a pressure plate? I don't think we want to unify it with a pressure plate though. Because right now the pressure plate implementation is kind of, you know, dirty and quick. And ideally, we would want it to somehow detect that something is actually laying down on it and not just in the vicinity. Because right now if something is like hovering over the pressure plate, it will also work, which is not ideal. So yeah, whereas an area trigger probably doesn't care about these things. We have the sensor and it doesn't have anything because I did not register the plugin, as always. What is this area trigger plugin? Are we, yeah, we need to split this again, I guess. Okay, what would make sense here? I don't think there's a way to divide them equally. I'm just gonna put input hand in here and not worry about it for now. It's not like it matters. Could a pressure plate use a trigger area that's very short? Then the pressure plate logic would just be reacting to the trigger state. Yeah, but that wouldn't be, you know, like how short do you want it to be? is the question. I'm not sure, because I do want it to have some custom logic, which again, I don't know yet. Because what if I want it to be displayed as a button that you press, right? Because we can say like, oh, okay, so the minimal distance is gonna be whatever the character offset is, right? Which is like, I don't know, 0.04 or something like that. But then if the button is like bigger and we want to detect if something's like hovering over it to sort of start like the pressing down animation, right? That's not gonna work because the trigger is gonna be too small to detect that. So I'm not saying that it's not possible to use the same abstraction for both the trigger and the pressure plate, but I just don't want to do that in case I need to change something specifically for the pressure plate, right? We can do that later on once we see like, oh yeah, it's actually the same logic. But I feel like if we merge the logic too soon, because we try to make everything abstract and reusable, we can easily get stuck in like, you know, having to do things that we wouldn't need to do otherwise. I don't know if it makes sense. But yeah. That's why for now I just want to make the area trigger work. Okay, and I forgot to check if it actually works. So there's that. Fair enough, twice is a coincidence in design, thrice is a pattern. Yeah, one could say that. Sensor. Sensor still doesn't have anything. It has like nothing. Maybe, hold on. We need to rerun the importer probably. Yeah, here we go. Now there is a collider. And there is no sensor. No, there is a sensor. Okay. So then we also need a trigger, I guess. Do we want a trigger? I don't think so. Trigger is like a reference. That's a confusing name. Who named that? Crazy. Trigger status is what we need. And then we just need to change it. So I'll update area trigger system right here. And we will be updating with area trigger. We'll be using the collider, I suppose, and mutable trigger status. And we probably don't need the entity anymore. Okay, and for now we can just yank this lovely piece of logic. I guess, now as I think of it, it is tempting, because like that's just give them a share component and reuse the same system, and it would just work. TM. Okay, and also need some transform here. Probably just steal all of this. Okay, but what is going on with the entity here? What is it used for? Entity, oh, okay, found any collider, I see. So this runs in fixed update, okay. Let's see. Entity sensor right here. Trigger status does not work. Okay, that's awesome. It's probably because there are no collision groups. So you're gonna be a sensor, and we see that should also be customizable, but I don't like that. I don't like how much sort of information we need to output to Blender. For now, we can just say that it only filters the player, because that's the only thing I'm gonna be using. The only thing I'm gonna be using it for. Okay, so the reason it didn't work, I'm assuming, is because this requires collision groups and we did not add them to that entity, because everything else should be present on this entity, right? Hold on. Yes, here we go. You can see the checkbox changing as we enter this. Because ideally, you know what I'm dreaming of? Maybe. I don't know how stupid of an idea this is. And how well it would work out. But since we already have like parser systems which run in a separate world just to set up the things from Blender, we could have like a system that just does something like, you know, let entity is equal to, and then we would have some way to like get entity from name, right? And then we would be like anchor 001, right? So this gets us the first anchor corresponding to this name, right? Because Blender uses names for unique IDs, by the way, if you're wondering. That's like the main unique ID of a data object in Blender, right? And then we could like, oh, only for this specific entity, I want to insert this specific component and whatever. Because then I could do this here in this code instead of having to deal with, you know, parsing all of this information from within Blender, which I don't think is that useful. Again, I don't know how insane that idea is, but I may want to try it eventually. Okay. Wait, I removed the property entirely. Hold on. Let's add a new entity, a new property. What was its name? input. Okay, so now we can go to the hint module. And have another system input, update input hint trigger, or maybe input hint visibility. And then all we care about is the visibility component as a mutable and the trigger component. And then we're gonna need another query for the triggers. And that's just gonna be trigger status. We don't care about this. How does visibility work? I do not know. It's an enum, okay. Visible, hidden, inherited, okay. So if status if status 0, if that's true, we want visibility inherited. Otherwise it's hidden. Oh, we actually don't need hint whatsoever. This doesn't have to be mutable. And that would be it. Okay. Now this appears as we enter the bounding box. And then it's gonna disappear. So that's cool and all, but I'm not sure about this still, because there are certain things where like I want it to appear when we are, for example, within the distance of this anchor. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this, and I will think about this during the break. So see you in 6 minutes. Just a random tip I remembered, you can use static member functions as Bevy systems for namespacing. For example, my component colon trigger system. It's not super common, but something I have used before. This is a really good tip, yeah. I agree with that. Although usually when you see like people sharing systems between modules, I think they just use plugins. But yeah, that's definitely something I would do if, you know, if I had systems that are not local to the module, right? It's like these systems are not exported, they are not publicly available to other modules. Okay, so this works. Yeah, and this is a bit annoying, I think. I'm not sure. Because that's the thing about ECS, right? It's really nice when it comes to generalizing things. But the moment you need to do something like extremely specific, like, oh, I want to take this entity, check a specific component, and if it has a specific value, I want to display or hide this entity. All of a sudden it becomes a bit cumbersome, right? Because the only thing that I can do is like make a special component here, or make a special system that will like query for this thing and update it in a specific way, depending on the state of this thing. ECS makes a lot of sense if you spend most of your career working in SQL. Yeah, but like you wouldn't make a game in SQL, right? Not to tempt anybody. I'm sure it's possible, but like, you know. Yeah, but I guess we can just do exactly that. So let's just add a component. Since we know that, you know, this little anchor here, it has the available component, which, you know, becomes true if we approach it. So we can just make it so that it becomes visible. Something can become visible when this becomes available. That would be probably the best way for now. Okay, so let's leave this here, duplicate this. Let's give them some names. This is movement X. Maybe actually let's call them something like hint movement X, and then hint anchor, like this. And this one is gonna reference whatever this is, anchor 2. Actually, let me undo this. Can I drag and drop it? Okay, that makes it 10 times easier actually. I'm thinking we probably just want to give it a different name, right? So many ideas of how to handle this, and every single one of them is so unnecessarily complex. Okay, let's just call it this for now. Really explicit, visible if available. I'm also thinking, because there's a lot of code that we need to write each time we want to do something simple like this, right? Because oftentimes we just want to map like a property, a Boolean property from Blender to just a simple tag. In Bevy. I'm just curious how it would look like if we tried to generalize it. If we could like make it a one-liner, maybe, possibly. Sounds like you might want to learn macro rules. I think it's not necessary here. I think it can be just a generic function. But you are right that macro rules would probably make it really straightforward. I'm just doing this for fun though, because right now I don't think I have enough information to like generalize this. But like out of curiosity, if I wanted to make a generic function, or maybe a macro if a generic function is not enough, that will just take the GOTF and return a bundle, right? Because what I'm thinking about right now is something that Bevy provides, I believe, which is like the extract plugin, right? Is extract component plugin. It's something where you'll just give it like a component, if I remember correctly. And it will automatically extract this component to the renderer world. And there's a lot of fun ideas to explore. We could also make like a trait and then just reflect that trait and use the type registry in our Blender processor to like find the components that implement this trait and automatically process them. right? So if something like that was true, then we would just need to implement, you know, something for trigger. And then here would be like the parse function. And the parse function would just get the GLTF extras. And it would return an option with something that implements a bundle, right? And that's all we would need. And so then like here we would just return value that's trigger map. Oh, excuse me, that would be a value, right? Map. Right, something like that. And here just like map it to a bundle. And that would be it, right? So this becomes just this. I think you want the try from trait. I don't think I want that. Yeah, but this needs to be reflected. Because we're gonna have to use reflection if this is to work. Because if this was a custom trait, right, then here we would just do reflect, you know, our trait and provide the type data for that trait, and then Blender could just read that, and that's all we would have to do. This wouldn't be necessary, and just registering the type would make it automatically deserialize, right? Because that's the direction in which I'm trying to go. I'm just thinking, right? Of course. Because try from my understanding would still require registering something, some type of system or a plugin that would run to actually, you know, use the try from trait to parse the value into a bundle. You might be able to use Serday to give you the type fields, just thinking out loud. But we don't need type fields. We just need to somehow pass the information about how to, you know, deserialize GLTF into a bundle to our Blender processor. And currently we just register a system, right? And any other idea, I think, would require registering something. Unless, again, we can use Bevy's reflection and pass that information through the registered type. But that's out of the scope, like for sure. Yeah, since you're saying that a trait like this already exists, what do you want from me? Yeah, but it wants an error as well. Can the error just be nothing? Let's see, how would that look like? Yeah, and this situation is even more complex because it requires access to like other things. Like the name entity map. Yeah, I'll think about this. For now, we can just use that, I guess. I cannot. This is really similar to like the extraction thing in Bevy. Because actually implementing this trait allows you to like specify a custom this fetches the components to extract with additional filter. Oh no, so it doesn't. Okay, I was mistaken. I thought there is one that lets you query additional items from the world, and not just this one query with components. This was something related to rendering, but now I cannot remember. You know what would be a really, really simple way of handling this, given what we have so far? If anchors just had a component called, not called, a component trigger status, and just update it whenever its availability changes, like right here, that would be like 2 lines of code. Because then all we need is really just a trigger status added here as a default, and then in the check availability, we just mutate it as well. And that's it, right? So this should be called new available. So I guess let's just try this for now. I have some ideas for how to like generalize it, but they are, I don't know how to put it. Requires some more thinking, and I don't want to sit here and like think in silence. So I'm gonna try to, you know, think about it on my own. Why are you positioned here? Who moved you? No one. You're positioned on 0, 0 for some reason. That's interesting. Where are the hints? Nowhere, apparently. What about now? Yeah, okay, so that's the movement hint. That for some reason has its transform reset. And then hint anchor is in the same position. Interesting. Did I mess something up? That's fascinating. Let's see. The imported scene. How does it actually look like? Hint movement. No, it does have its translation. Both in the global transform and in the local transform. So what does reset it? Oh, because we are inserting a new sprite sheet bundle and it overrides the previous spatial bundle. So we actually probably don't want any of this. We just want the atlas, the texture, and the sprite. Which we are already doing anyway, so. Can satisfy. Yeah, it doesn't know what it is now. It's meant to be a handle for an image. Interesting that it worked before, this kind of. Maybe just the system order made it work. Somehow, magically. Yeah, okay. Now this one is here, as it should be, and the other one is here. So if we go to Blender and select this other one, and rename this property back to trigger. Okay, it works, but it's like the other way around, I think. No, it's connected to this one for some reason. Oh, they are both referencing the anchor. Why is it so? Oh, because the name of this is an anchor. Okay. I'm pretty sure I called it a sensor. That's crazy. Area trigger is the proper name anyway. Okay, and now you are supposed to be referencing the actual anchor, so that's 0, 5, okay. That's messed up that the names changed like that. Interesting. Okay, that still doesn't work. Oh my god, they are, I see, they are linked. I see a problem, I think. I think what happens when I drag an object onto this field is that it doesn't change the reference, it changes the name. This is why the name of the area trigger changed to anchor. Hello, just tuning in. What are we working on at the moment? We are adding a little input hints that appear when the players start the game. So it's like, you know, left, right, using your left joystick if you're on a gamepad, and then AD if you are on a keyboard. And we're currently making it so that this hint appears when we can use this anchor. And I'm sort of learning Blender as I go, discovering new things. Okay, so this now references the area trigger, that's okay, and we wanted this to reference something else. We wanted to reference anchor 2. So if I just move it here, if my theory is correct, it's gonna rename the area trigger. Yeah, because it's drop name. And I cannot drop it here. Well, that's a bummer though. I wish we could do it that way. Okay, so I'm just gonna switch to this. Okay, now they are separate. So they should work, but they still don't. I'm assuming something is not updating. Hint for the anchor is now using the anchor as the thing. Okay. And then movement anchor is using area trigger. Okay. It's like a completely different anchor. That's kind of weird as well. Okay, just let me select this anchor and see the trigger status. Yeah, so that also doesn't work. Okay, so nothing works. We're gonna just recreate the scene from ground up to see if that was the problem, but also why is the anchor not working? Check availability. Yeah, that should work. Okay, something must have gotten messed up with the references. Okay. So this is not AD, of course. This is gonna be something different. Let's see, maybe let's stick to the input status. And the definition here. If I can find it, where is it? Here. So that's just interactable. Well, that's a wrong name because it's now called targetable. So I guess let's refactor that. This is not pickup, this is interactable. Okay. Now we just need to update the mapping and make the actual icons for it. So it's not going to be movement, this is going to be... Should it just be interact, not interactable? Could be. But you're interacting with uninteractable. That's in my head, how I understand it. And we also need the other mapping here, which I guess we could move into the same. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's keep it here. We could probably somehow use Serday to do that, so that it's not a string and it's automatically mapped to an enum. Maybe we can look into that. Okay, if that compiles, we can just add the missing add the missing icons. Okay, it compiles. So first and foremost, this is 20. I guess we can stick to 20 for now. How do you change the grid? I never know. Okay, that's 6 and that's also 6, okay. Let's see if we can actually fit in this space. I don't know. I don't think that looks like a W. That's just an H. I mean, if you squint with one eye, I'm gonna leave it like this for now. I don't think it's gonna fly. We may need to increase the size of them at least a little bit. We're gonna need 2 more, I guess. I cannot use my keyboard today. This is not gonna be necessary. Just looked up 4 times 4 letters, and there are some pretty good S's and W's. Yeah, but that's like cheating. Real artists don't use references, don't you know? / sarcasm. That was a joke. Okay, I'm probably gonna do some remapping to the current scheme on a gamepad, because I'm using triggers and I don't think triggers are really necessary for this. I don't remember why I used them in the first place. I'm pretty sure just using a targetable should be A. Like this. And then this is also programmer art, by the way. It's not gonna be in the game. And then on a keyboard, what is it? Oh, that's a space bar. And then I guess this is gonna be an X. It's just a sad face. I guess something like this. On the keyboard, it's of course the one and only letter E. I think it would be much better if these were off center and not if the size was odd and not even. Just go to 3x3 then. For sure. Yeah, the arrows look nice now, because they're actually pointy. Hello, hi. What are you working on right now? I'm wasting some time drawing little buttons. Generally, we are implementing our input hints. I'll show you in just a second. So something like this. You walk up to it and it tells you, I mean, this is going to be visible like the first thing you see in the game, right? You go left and right. And then here are some others that don't yet work. Don't look at them. I'm just making them, you know, for the keyboard and for the controller. And I'm doing a little programmer art just to test it. Yeah, everything works better when it's odd. There's like no problem whatsoever. Okay, and now we're gonna have to update the what do you call it? Texture atlas, yeah. So now it's 20 by 20. We have 2 columns and we have 4 rows. And I believe indexes go, you know, column first and then rows. So that should just work out. Except we also have movement Y in here. So there's gonna be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Interactable, that's not a space. Okay, that should work. Okay, and there are some rendering artifacts because we have no padding. Let's go 24 by 24, I suppose. What would this be? 48, right? 96. Okay. Maybe the letters should fade in and out. Oh yeah, but that's programmer art. It's not then. It's not that important, you know? Because in the actual game, these are not gonna be pixel art. It's gonna be a completely different thing. So this is just for the sake of playtest that I'm gonna be organizing, hopefully this week. It is a good suggestion though, having them appear on the screen with some animation. I'm not sure if I distributed them correctly. Let me just check to make sure. What is this? What are you? 8x7. You're also 8x7. You don't matter. You're also 8x7. You're also 8x7. You're also, okay, that's awesome. I didn't have to restart. Oh no, I did. Never mind. We still need to update this definition. It's 24x24. Yeah, okay. It's AD, that's space. So let's also update the scheme so that I don't forget. Update gamepad input. Okay, so launch could be a trigger. Does it have to be a trigger? Maybe let's leave triggers out of this for now, right? I feel like launch could be Y or A, depending on the gamepad. So what is it? A north, right? Yeah. Targetable, that would be A. And then interactable would be X, which is west. See, I know my cardinal directions, I guess. Okay, let me play this, see if it makes sense. If it makes sense. Okay, this is picking up, makes sense. Okay, maybe it makes sense. Have you tried the new system stepping feature yet? Or you just don't have to use it? I have. I can actually enter stepping right here. We are in stepping right now in update custom gravity, and then I can, you know, either move one system down or step frame by frame. It's really useful, especially since I managed to set up debugging, which means that we will no longer need to use a print lines. So this is super cool, right? Because I can be like using an anchor, and then I you know, hit stepping, and then I can go here into like my anchor system or whatever, and I can be like, let's pause, you know, here at the beginning, I guess, and then I just go back here, and here we are. And we can actually, you know, see what's happening in the system like normal people and not print lining everything. The school I'm implementing it right now, yeah, it's really handy, especially when like debugging physics. The only problem I have with it right now is that there is no easy way to like toggle them on and off using an editor or an inspector. Because ideally I would just use EGUI here to have like a checkbox that denotes whether or not the system should this whole schedule should be stopping or not. But there is not enough information publicly available in the stepping resource to do that easily. The example implementation has that. Yeah, but it's updated, right? I don't think it's from 0.13. I think it's like a new feature. Because I actually adapted this from the example, and I had to go back to, through Git history to like 0.13, and they didn't have a checkbox to like, stop and not stop. It works for me. There was like one line diff about getting the world from the app. So is this the example that we're talking about? Or do you mean something else? Okay, so I don't think there is... yeah, there's build UI, and all they do is just push things to the text section. I don't think they're displaying checkboxes to like turn them on and off. Right? Because like all they're adding is just a simple text node with nothing else. It's a different one. Let me check the name. Should be next to this. I'm not saying that it's not possible, right? What I mean, when I say it is that if you try to render the UI, let me see, where is it? UI for stepping, yeah. The stepping resource, which controls which systems should be stopped and which shouldn't, there is no way to like access this. So we cannot read the state because it's private. Right, so like I'm pretty sure it's possible to do if you just mirror the data on the UI side. My message with the URL got filtered. Check the Bevy 0.13 release note. There's a link. Okay. Oh, this froze my computer. System stepping. Yeah, so this example looks cool because it uses EGUI, right? Interactive EGUI stepping plugin. Yeah, I look into this. Yeah, but see, this is what I'm talking about, right? They are mirroring the state of stepping in their own resource so that they can access it. Because ideally it should be able to like access it from the stepping resource itself. But yeah, like once I have some more time, I'm probably gonna, you know, upgrade my stepping UI a little bit. Okay, but I think that's it when it comes to displaying hints, at least for now, for what I need. Why is there 18 files? What have we done? Oh, a lot of refactoring. I mean, renaming. Okay, I guess so. Okay, let's just fix the issues. Oh, that's interesting. Update free run state. Doesn't need the collider and the groups anymore. Oh, that's because I fixed. Oh my god, I haven't talked about what I've done when I was gone during the weekend. Yeah, that's a bit late to the stream, but I guess I'm gonna do a quick update about the things that I've added. So I prevented the player from getting stuck on like corners, and the way it excuse me, I cannot speak. The way it works is that the player will just stop at the edge if they don't, you know, hold any input. They can just jump down as normal, but if they release the key, they're gonna stop. And then moving further than this point, just gonna slide them down. So there's no way for them to you know, try and stack on the edge like so. That's one thing, and the other thing is that force fields are finally smooth. So as we reach the top, we sort of like slowly stop, instead of previously, which was just jittering up and down continuously. And again, the way it works is that the more into the force field we are, the stronger it gets. So like if I go to the edge here, you can see that I'm either really slowly moving forward or I'm just falling down extremely slowly, because now the force field is like competing with gravity, right? Yeah, that was pretty easy to do actually, because we're just looking for like the closest point on this curve to see how far we are from it. And I also changed the color scheme. I don't know if you noticed, but now we have like better looking colors, if I do say so myself. Oh yeah, cute animation, thank you. That animation is cool, looks really satisfying. I hope so. But we'll see how satisfying it is during the playtest. Okay, we don't need any of this anymore, it seems. Okay, is it everything? It would seem so, yeah. actually forgot about this. Okay. How to sign up for playtesting? Currently, playtesting is for patrons only. And then once I run out of patrons, I will be like publicly announcing that. I'm not sure how I would organize that. Probably using Discord or something like that. But yeah, I'm gonna, you know, announce that for sure. And one final thing that I fixed that people may not remember that was actually an issue, but it's somewhere in here, I guess. Segments in range, I believe, had an implementation problem right here. I wouldn't use inverse arc length, and instead I would just divide, you know, the arc length that we're looking for over the entire arc length of the curve. And this would cause issues with where our points are positioned. So now when I move this, you know, end of this walkable, maybe not this one, if I move this, for example, here, it perfectly matches it. And previously it would be like off by a certain distance, and I wouldn't know why. But the reason is because I was using like a simplification instead of actually calculating the t value. Might be overkill, but you could make a WASM build and host it with patron single sign on as the barrier to access. Yeah, that's for sure an overkill. I was thinking about this for some time actually, but this would require me to make a website that asks people to log into Patreon, right? And I don't want to do that for, you know, obvious reasons. Like I personally, if somebody that I what's the verb for that? Patronize? I don't think that's the word. Somebody that I'm a patron of would like ask me, hey, here's this web page, and like, you know, use Patreon sign up to like get access to it. I think it's kind of sus, right? From like security perspective, despite the fact that, you know, it would be a full-blown OAuth, right? Or whatever Patreon is using. But, you know, I would still like need people to trust me, and I don't think I want to do that. But what I was experimenting with, and that's pretty cool, is hold on, where is it? I don't know if I still have it. No, I don't. I was experimenting with the embedded assets, and I managed to make a build that just requires the executable and nothing else. So it's gonna be pretty easy, because then I can just send the executable to my patrons, which again, security-wise, not the best idea, but it should be an executable that doesn't ask you for any permissions. It just runs and doesn't do any damage to your computer. I swear. Yeah, I can understand the concern. I can't afford the Patreon for the playtest, but hopefully I will have enough money to purchase the game when it releases. No worries. And I appreciate that. And you know, if you're not gonna be able to afford the game once it releases, you know, there are other ways of getting the game. Just saying, wouldn't hold it against anybody. Okay, let's move this back here. Dropping deload in Discord channel for supporters should be sufficient. Yeah, exactly. With like an executable. That's what I'm talking about. It's my current plan. But I'm referring to embedded assets because by default, Bevy needs the folder with your assets together with the executable. So this way I need to like send the zip archive, right, with everything inside. And if I nicely embed them, that's gonna be a bit better, I think. Okay, so that's a little update late to the stream, but here we go. Can I play the test on the $1 option? If so, I can afford it. Yeah, I will most likely be... I would wait if I were you before buying this tier. But yeah, I will most likely run the playtest for like everybody. I black flag AAA titles. I'll happily pay indie devs, although I personally prefer Ko-fi over Patreon. Share is better. What is the share on Ko-fi? I think like right now, if you want to support me in the best way possible, GitHub patrons, no, GitHub sponsors, I think take 0% cut, if I'm not mistaken. I buy it once the playtest is released. Yeah, that would be the wisest decision. I will most likely release the devlog in which I will announce the playtest, I think. I'm sort of split on that though, because a part of me wants to wait for after the playtest so that the new devlog includes the playtest in it. GitHub is 0% on personal and 6% for organizations. Yeah. So you can find me there as well. I need a break, I think, though. I tune into the streams every day, so as long as you announce it on live stream, I'll know. Oh, I definitely will be announcing that. That's for sure. Okay, so you know the drill. I'm gonna be back in 6 minutes. Surprise, I'm a bit faster this time. I want us to, so we have 30 seconds to make sure that we're not, you know, how to put that? We're not cheating the people who are waiting for the 30 seconds. I just wanted to make a little announcement in case you haven't heard about this during the previous live stream. I do have a fixed schedule now for these live streams, right? Which you can find on my twitch.tv page right here. So we are streaming every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, although it's gonna depend on your time zone, right? The Eastern Hemisphere, that's gonna be probably Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So if you're wondering when to find me, now you know. I'm gonna really try to stick to it. So late though, 10 p.m. I mean, depends where you are. I'm pretty sure it's like morning in like Australia and Japan, and afternoon in the US, right? Okay, so we're gonna be finishing this live stream probably in like an hour. So what I would like to do is quickly just, you know, get a quick prototype of the damage system, see if we can manage to do something interesting. Your 10 p.m. is also my 10 p.m. Yeah, it's like the 10 p.m. of the entire Europe, I think. Okay, damage. This is actually the thumbnail of this live stream if you're watching this on YouTube. It's the little spikes. So we probably all we need is probably just a spline, right? That kills you upon hitting it. I don't think there's any way to like overcomplicate that. "9:40 a.m. over here. Perfect start to a work day." That is true. Because I'm also thinking about something like walkables, so we can define a portion of an area as something that kills you. Let me think. Because the cool thing about walkables is that you don't need to edit them to match the surface, right? If at some point I'm like, oh, you know what? I actually want this to look like this, right? All I need to do is just grab this, move it here. I don't need to like replicate this curve again on a different spline. So I do kind of like this idea as well. Although at the same point, we're probably gonna wanna have some, hold on, my shortcuts are not working. What is going on? What is the... Oh, it's Shift A. Okay, I'm crazy. I was pressing like Shift D, wanting to open this menu. At the same time, we're probably gonna wanna have something like just a circle, right? And make it, you know, hit the player. That's also possible. Maybe, or maybe not a circle. Maybe it's a square. like this. So I guess we can just implement both. As a test, what about a component you attach to a trigger that damages the player on trigger? I don't know I want to do that though. Because triggers need to be convex colliders. And we have splines. So we can just query the closest point on a spline instead. Because yeah, it would be a good test, but there's really nothing to test, right? Like we just need to kill the player when they hit it. So that's pretty straightforward. Like what I'm thinking about is how I want this to be created so that it's not cumbersome. Okay, patient for a year. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. If that's a problem, maybe you might want a spline trigger. Could be useful for boost floors, for example. Yeah, maybe. But still, that's an implementation detail, right? I'm thinking, just trying to imagine how I'm gonna use it. Because really, if you think about this, an extraction tunnel is like a spline trigger. Because it detects if you're like close to it. Also, boost floors is an interesting idea now as I think of it. There's a section in playtest where you like need to catch some momentum while running on the wall to reach some point. That would be cool for like exaggerating this effect, because you could fly even further. And then we just call the game Portal 2D and everybody's happy. Okay. Yeah, let's do like you say. Just add a component that's gonna damage the player on collision with a collider. We're probably not gonna have like a damage system because there are no enemies in the game. It's mostly like a puzzle thing. So it's probably just gonna be once and you die, right? Because that's my current idea, since there is no... Okay, there is no fighting, so I think having like a death penalty... Not that death penalty, that's not what I wanted to say. You know... Hold on, I don't know how to say that. My head is empty. Making the player suffer because of a mistake by killing them and then having them go through like the whole thing again. I don't think that makes sense if there is no fighting. I think in a puzzle game that would be just annoying. Now you're thinking with Astortion. Yeah. Die or teleport to last checkpoint. Yeah, exactly. I was going to ask how that would work. Yeah, just reset to the beginning of puzzle makes sense. Capital punishment is the only way, yeah. It do be like that sometimes. Okay. So that would be the damage parser, and this time I'm actually gonna add this plugin and not forget about it. Okay. Draw damage. Do we want to do that? Probably, yeah. At least for now. Just take the global transform and the curve points. With damage, transform, curve. If let some curve is equal to our curve to as into into closed path. Does this make sense? Probably. It consumes the path? Why? It does. That's interesting. I don't know what for. You know what would be cool? If we could actually specify the color here. Instead of using white everywhere. We can make the force fields a different color now. And the tunnel as well. Just for fun. Okay, let's go back to damage. Damage, of course. How else? It's gonna be red. Is it really a video game? If the damaging parts are not red. I guess it is. I think Hollow Knight uses like a gray color, right? For all the spikes and stuff like that. Oh, we don't need to check activity. Okay. Let's see if it compiles. I need to go find my pillow. Talk to you later, and good night. Good night to you too. Thanks for tuning into the live stream. Is it damage instead of damage intentionally? No, I just can't spell to save my life. I'm gonna fix it in just a moment. I don't know if you have it installed, but I added a spell checker VS Code extension. Made my life so much better. I look into it. I know that the contribution guide for Bevy mentions it, I think, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I know because IntelliJ IDs have spell checkers built in. So I'm sort of used to that. But here you can see how bad I do without them. Okay, this is rendered, everything is rendered, and we don't have any damage just yet. Oh, even this is misspelled, oh my god. I misspelled everything, every single thing that you can misspell has been misspelled. Yes. I've seen so many spellings for circle in my coworker's code. Yeah, I can imagine that. Oh, what is that? Oh yeah, I changed that without using the language. What is the name of what is the full name of LSP? Language server protocol. Okay. Okay, now that we spelled it correctly, we can try to do something here. This is gonna be damage. It's gonna have a area trigger. And this is a Boolean value. And this is just gonna be damage spelled correctly. Hopefully. Here it is, in all of its glory. Oops, selected something else. Where is it? Damage. Has a sensor, it has a collider. Does it have a damage component? Yes, it does. Okay. It's red, so you know it's dangerous, of course. It explodes when you shoot it. Now if only it killed us. For now, we don't have any save system. I guess it would be necessary eventually, but right now we can just teleport it. It's whatever. Query. What do we query for? You know what I want to check? Because I haven't checked that before. Oh no, okay, but it's not gonna work with the player, as always. Because it's a kinematic rigid body and it doesn't generate collision events. So I wanted to go ahead and see how collision events in Rapier are handled and see if we can use that. But I guess it wasn't meant for us to do so. This doesn't have to be mutable. So we just need a collider with a damage component. We're gonna wanna use this, right? I'm really gonna have to look into this other physics engine, because the fact that the kinematic rigid body is not generating collisions is messing me up. Because right now we need to like look for collisions manually in every single system, which is like not the whole point of, you know, a physics engine. Ideally, it should handle collisions by itself and then just, you know, report them to us. Yeah, so let's just copy this whole thing, I guess, again. This time with damage, and this time is gonna be a bit different because we're not looking for any collider. We're probably gonna add some different component for like denoting, oh, this entity is taking damage. I guess like this. We don't need trigger status. We need collision groups. So this whole thing doesn't have to be mutable, I suppose. Here's the pain component. Pain and suffering, yeah. Oh wait, that's not how you do that. It's gonna be update damage, and then we probably need some clear damage as well. Here we're just gonna query for for all entities with damage, I guess, and remove the component. I don't want context, I want commands. Commands.entity.entity, remove, taking damage. So now the idea is that we do that at the very beginning of the fixed frame. Maybe not at the very beginning, but just, you know, fixed pre-update. And then in fixed post-update, we're just gonna clear them. So whatever is using them in a fixed update loop can just use them, and then we clear them. So they only happen in one frame. Okay, does this build? And if so, just gonna quickly go to the player. I'm not sure where to go though. Okay, it does build, and then all we need to do is add another little plugin in here. Something like update player damage, right? So what we want to query for is with the player tag and with the damage component, right? And then the query itself, probably just mutable transform. Oh wait, okay, these weren't arguments. And it's mutable. So now we just iterate over that. For now, we can just set the translation to 0 and not really worry about that. See if it's gonna work. So ideally, upon collision, we're just gonna be teleported back. Okay, almost. We were close. Okay, is this actually happening? That would be the question here. It is. Would you look at that? And this is generation 1, entity 4. Okay, so that is our player. Okay, then is this happening? No, this one is not. Okay. I was playing the game on the other monitor, by the way, if you were wondering. So if I pause here and select my entity, it should reference the plugin like the previous errors. Never mind that. Okay, I will not mind that. Okay. Okay, so here's update damage, right? Okay, and we are, I'm stupid. Okay, here you have the answer. It's taking damage, not damage. Rookie mistake. Naming things and then forgetting how you name them. Okay. All right. So now I'm assuming the component is not being removed because I made the same mistake, haven't I? Of course. Classic should have called it pain, I guess. Okay. First time. Here we go. Just like that. Okay, I guess we can do some more things, namely query the physics. See, this is where things start to get complex, right? Because now I'm gonna use player physics here. And now we also need to make sure that we reset the state. Because what's gonna happen if we die while being in a different state? We're gonna continue being in that state probably, right? And that could probably be exploited by some players. But yeah, physics. Velocity is gonna be 0 as well. something, two hard things in computer science. Yeah, naming things and remembering how you name things. Okay, now there is no velocity. Maybe. Maybe there is. Maybe I don't know. It's hard to tell. I'm releasing the A key. No, okay. Velocity is reset properly. Okay, let's try to break it, I guess. How would I have to do that? If I put it here and then run into it while interacting with the anchor, right? That's gonna teleport me to the start and probably not reset my state. So as long as I hold space, I'm gonna be connected to this. Yeah, here we go. Does the animation state work? Yeah. After teleportation, we are in this state, which is falling, right? Because it teleports us like a little higher than the ground. Might sound crazy, but I think they spawn the player and respawn. That is a really, really solid point. Yeah, why bother? Okay, I was wondering if a state such as falling or grounded worked when you died mid-air. I see, I see. You'll have some bugs in systems that assume a player, but it saves trying to reset everything to default. I think I'm handling it properly. I'm just doing an let some else return in every single system that assumes the existence of player. Right? I think we can check that. There's a fun way of checking it. Just not spawn the player. If it's not handled properly, it's gonna panic, right? And it doesn't panic. We just cannot play the game. Because there's nobody to play us. Yeah, okay. No, that's easily the best suggestion I ever got. Just removing the player entirely. Thank you for that. Some commands are gonna be necessary. Actually, hold on. I'm thinking. Spawn player. Where do you run? What is the system? It runs on pre-update. Wait, what do you mean? So it spawns a player every every frame? Hold on, I'm crazy. Oh no, it removes the spawn player component. Okay, so that's awesome. That is so good. Because then we just do commands entity the spawn, and then commands spawn spawn player. The spawn recursive, yeah, that's true, that's true. because there is the sprite is nested inside. See, this is like the good side of ECS, right? Just being able to do that. Like, yeah, whatever, I'm just gonna remove it and, you know, reinitialize it, because nothing relies on like actual references to the memory. Oh, wait, it's not there. So close, almost first time. Oh, let's see. Panicked in damage. Attempting to create an entity commands for entity 4v1, which does not exist. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Why is that? This runs in fixed update. There should be no flashing, right? This runs after write back. Okay, so that's the problem. Because we destroy the player after physics update. So the physics world doesn't have a chance to update. Right, yeah. So then this entity, which is extracted from the context, is not updated. Like, it doesn't know that this entity doesn't exist anymore. It will get to know that, but in the next fixed update. So I think the easiest thing to do would be just add these systems like here, fixed update. Update player damage after physics set. I really need to figure out proper like physics, not physics, system sets for this project, because currently I'm relying like exclusively on schedules. Yeah, not after, but before the sync backend. Okay, so this will... No, it's not, because we need to flash this. Okay, let's do fixed pre-update then, without all of this. And then damage for now is simply gonna run in fixed first. Yeah, no, that's like the one of the next things that I need to do is refactor this scheduling management, because it's atrocious. Oh, wrong side. Okay, here we go. And now if I hold space, yeah, we're no longer connected. That's just beautiful. I love this so much. Okay, so for now, I would call this a day. Figure out the damage. I'm gonna try to handle these in my free time. after I eat something because I'm dying out of hunger right now. Okay, so we're gonna be finishing the stream. As always, thank you so much for tuning in. And I'll see you, 2 days from now, according to the schedule. It's gonna be in 2 days. Anyway, good luck with like your own projects, whatever you're working on right now, stuff like that. Have a great day, night, evening, afternoon, and goodbye.